present voting?
Yes. Okay.
And then say?
That's where I am.
Okay,
Wherever you
just
want.
making sure. Yep.
Golly.
You good? I think so.
Thank you.
We'll see.
Okay. I think we're ready. Okay. Call to order. We do roll call?
Yes. Matthews,
Here.
Madison,
Here.
Oatmeal,
Here.
Stevens,
Here.
Fickner,
Here.
Seymour,
Here.
Richter.
Here.
We have a quorum.
We'll have Brother David Henry do our invocation. Please stand.
Let us pray. Gracious and kind Heavenly Father, we are always humbled to bow before you, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, and to bring our petition to you. And Father, I pray on behalf of this body that you will give wisdom and guidance to the ones who have been entrusted with the leadership of this city. Pray for our mayor, commissioners, manager, and staff. And Father, we pray for the citizens of Shawnee that you will help us to work together as one people to make Shawnee one of the best places to live in Oklahoma. Father, we pray that you will be with those who are maybe less fortunate and in difficult situations and circumstances among us, and help us that we might work together as a community for the good of all. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Join me in the flag salute. Attention, salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Receiving the certification of emergency number professional. Christina. The National Emergency Number Association, NENA, serves its members, including the City of Shawnee and the greater public safety community, as the only professional organization focused on 911 policy, technology, operations, and education issues. In the 1990s, in an effort to raise awareness as well as industry standards, NENA's executive board approved the establishment of an emergency number professional (ENP) certification program. On behalf of the city, I would like to congratulate Shawnee's 911 communications manager, Christina Brown, on her recent certification as emergency number professional (ENP). With this certification, Christina joins a select few across the state of Oklahoma to have achieved this level of proficiency. I think 10 or less for the whole state. Through her ENP certification, Christina has proven that she possesses the required education, hands-on experience, and comprehensive knowledge of 911 emergency number management. In addition to passing the rigorous certification exam, she has also committed herself to continuous professional development and service. Congratulations, Christina. Then we have recognition of the Shawnee Twin Lakes Master Plan as the American Planning Association, APA, Oklahoma Chapter's outstanding plan. And we were having Ryan and who else? Stacy? She's not here? Okay. Come on up here, sir. So the APA awards the Shawnee Twin Lakes Master Plan. Every year, the American Planning Association selects from among published plans that stand out for their originality and innovative approach. This year, the City of Shawnee's Twin Lakes Master Plan was the plan to be honored with the prestigious Outstanding Plan Award by APA's Oklahoma chapter. The Twin Lakes Master Plan outlines a strategic vision for the Twin Lakes area, focusing on sustainable development, environmental stewardship, and enhancing the quality of life for Shawnee residents and visitors alike. Please join me in thanking the Community Development Department represented by its Director Ryan Harkins, as well as the City's Tourism Department represented by its Director Stacy Kramer-Moore. Congratulations to both on their successful collaboration and the completion of this award-worthy effort. Congratulations, Ryan. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Item number 3, citizens' participation. As a reminder, it's a 3-minute limit per person and a 12-minute limit per topic. First up is Mr. David Henry, please. Hello, David.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to bring something to the attention of the commissioners and the staff. It's not anything new, but there's something I need to say about it. About 2.5, maybe 3 weeks ago, the ONG gas company was doing some work at our church, and they left some equipment, and it was stolen. And we've really not had any stealing at church, things going on. To my understanding, this thing is valued at about $10,000. And it's really not the value that, as a church, we cannot just sit by and let that happen. So I'm not sure how, but we're going to get that back one way or another, because we know who have it and we know where it is. Some of the persons who have been communicating, they don't want to communicate on record because the retaliation is going to be, pretty bad. And the point I want to make there is that we do have many homeless people in our community, but there's a small group amongst them that are what I call a criminal element that I feel like our city needs to address. That needs to be separated from the homeless problem. I live right next to the homeless situation, so whether it's 11 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning, the trafficking, the drugs, the women, I see it all. There's some things that I need to say to you and Chief, I don't want to say publicly, but do need to be said. I hope we can get some help from the police. The item was reported to them, but if I have to go and get it, I will go and get it, because we're not going to put up with that at our church. We don't want to be the church where people steal stuff. So I just want to say that, and the rest I'll say to you and Chief about some things, because that's not the only thing that's been stolen recently, and that's all I would say about that, but we all know where the things are. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up, we have Glenn Peck. Good evening, Glenn.
Greetings to you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
My late mother always warned me not to play on the railroad tracks. And there's a lot of big trains coming behind me. So as a result, I shall make this short. On the 24th, which is Thursday, the Salvation Army will have their 41st Spaghetti Day dinner. There are 2 times of service. There will be one 11 to 1:30. The second one will be from 3:30 to 6:30. It's $10 at the door, and I urge you to come. The monies collected will go to help the Salvation Army help the most people, including those who are within our own community. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Mr. Bill Ruth.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening, Bill.
Good evening, Commissioners. I was not able to make the last meeting. I was out ill, but I was able to watch y'all on YouTube, so everyone looked really good, so I'll tell you that. However, there was one part that I was wanting to kind of take some issue with y'all on, and I don't mean to be the Grinch standing up here in front of everyone, but the topic of the Christmas parade came up, and I was rather appalled to hear that we're giving 50,000 of our taxpayers' dollars to this effort. Parades are good, and it's a good community spirit type of thing, but I was very bemused to hear that we were handing that much over to an association who's going to be running that for us. Now, since then, I've understood that they cost a lot more money than they did back when I was a high school student, but it seems like it's rather excessive. I was wondering if there's a way we could look at this, each line item. Maybe there's some things that could be pared back. I know they were talking about fireworks, which concerned me greatly, but since that time I've learned that they're talking about cold fireworks, which is nothing I knew about until this evening. But those machines you could get some really fancy ones for like $550 that you could use over and over again, should that be a thing. However, you guys all were elected because you said you're going to watch our tax dollars. And I do believe that 2025 is going to be a very, very challenging year, looking at the way our money supply is here in the United States. So I implore you to think about these things very, very closely and decide whether this is something that's necessary or not. Because we do have a lot of things that we need to get done here, obviously in Shawnee, which I think would be a lot more important than a parade. But like I say, I don't want to rain all over it, but I think if we could kind of look at it and see where money could be saved, I think that that would be great. That's all I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Next up, we have Cindy Berger.
Hello, everyone.
Hi,
I just
Cindy.
wanted to touch on a couple of things today. First, I want to say for future reference, I saw there's a mayor appointment on the agenda. So I do have my application in with the city clerk for lots of the different commissions and boards. So future reference, anything comes open, think of me. I also would like to, on the agenda, I see that the meeting dates are on there. Can we revise that and put 2 meetings a month back on the agenda? Also, the last one I wanted to talk about was agenda item number 8. There's a support the appointment of Andrea Weckmuller Beringer to the Oklahoma Municipal League Regional Council. I'm not 100% sure what the Municipal League Regional Council is, but I would ask that you guys do not support that, and it's nothing personal against the city manager. I just feel as a citizen that she has not acted into the best interest of the citizens, as instead has entertained more corporate interests and corporate development rather than what's best for the people that already live here. It's not me, it's just me. I know there's lots of people in my ward I've talked to, friends, people, associates, people that just see me posting videos and saying things around town. We all kind of feel the same way. We want a change. We're happy to have a new change here on the commission, see where that's going to go. But also, I would be very weary of having someone over any kind of regional area if we're not even happy within our own city. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Next up, we have Mr. Rob Morris.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening, Rob.
Tonight, hey, I want to apologize to everybody on the financial disclosures. There's actually 30 more days until that 90-day period is up, so I said I was going to do that this month, and my bad. I just missed that one. The next one, I want to apologize to you, Mr. Mayor. At last month's Expo meeting, the SCCDA, we had an executive session, as you know, because you came in after a while. I want to apologize to you because you were kept out of that room for an hour, and that's not fair. I asked for you to come in from square one, because how better for you to know what's going on than literally be sitting there the whole time and be able to ask questions if you wanted to. So I'd like to apologize for my committee, I think I can speak for them in this regard, for my committee and me, that you weren't allowed in there. And it was interesting that it was the city manager and city attorney that, well, we'll bring him in a little bit, in a little bit, in a little bit. And you're the head of the council. I think you should have been in there with me from the very beginning and the rest of the committee so that you would be up to speed and not just hear things after the fact. So I apologize that you weren't in it. Consent agenda number 4, I agree on the 2 meetings a month too, and I believe it might have been Commissioner Fickner, which I don't understand why people can't get your name right. But it was Commissioner Fickner that showed interest in that as well, and I'm curious if that was given as an option at all to the commission before we did all the meetings for 2025. Let's see. Number 7, the Avitas grant for the parks. Is this part of the so-called phase 2 for the 2018 sales tax, where we did 3 parks, or well, 3 parks, Kid Space, Municipal, and Boy Scout once already, but I guess we're gonna do it again. So is this part of phase 2 that we didn't have money for, or is this something new? Because if Avitas is given $191,000 and we're matching that same 191, we get told all the time we don't have any money. So where do we come up with $191,000? The very last thing tonight, the executive session, number 32, Shawnee Mission Plaza, I think is what it's called. I can definitely tell he didn't vote for you, Mr. Mayor, because otherwise he probably wouldn't have named you in that. And that's pretty funny that Warren Thomas won't come up here and ever say anything. He just does it all from Purcell, Oklahoma, even though he owns a ton of property in this town. So with that, I just thought that was funny. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, Rob. Okay. We're back to item number 4. Consider approval of consent agenda. And do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Daniel, second by Mark. And so we can take a vote on it. Motion carries 7-0. And now we have item number 5, presentation of Pet of the Month by Animal Control. There she comes.
Aw, sweet baby.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So this is beautiful. She's kind of shy at first. She just wants to be on your lap and a couch potato. She's about a year old. She does warm up pretty fast. She does get along with other dogs. Don't think she likes cats too much. She was a little more interested in our shelter cat, so I wouldn't put her with a cat. But if anyone wants to adopt, we are over capacity at 25 dogs right now.
She's
Good
beautiful.
girl.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
Yeah.
Would you like her? $5.
She is
My husband
paid
would kill me.
in front of her rabies shot. Our adoption fee is $10, and that includes that.
Okay.
Can you adopt it for someone? Because I'd like to welcome Greta to the commission.
Joe would have to drop divorce
I made the law to
papers.
put it in there.
My husband would divorce me.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, she's beautiful.
Okay, item number 6, consideration of an appointment of a city commissioner to the Shawnee Senior Citizens Advisory Board. Do we have any discussion? Okay, do we have any nominations?
See, I'm the only one old enough.
Make a motion.
I second.
Motion and second.
That sounds like a motion to me.
Congratulations.
being old or getting?
Both.
So we
Yes.
actually have to call the item, or call the question, I'm sorry.
So, Mayor, you made the motion?
Yes, I did.
I second it.
Okay, thank you.
I think I know where this is going. And item carries 6-0 with 1 abstention. So we're good to go. Item number 7, consideration of the acceptance of a grant from the Avitas Foundation for splash pads at Optimist and Boy Scout parks. And Ms. Carrie Foster.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Sorry. My name's Carrie Foster, and I'm the Parks and Recreation Director for Shawnee. It's nice to meet you all. This item is very near and dear to us. We are so excited that Avitas would consider us for this gift of $191,000 to help us with our splash pads. And so that would give us a splash pad at Optimist Park and redo the one at Boy Scout Park. And I'm here for any questions you may have.
So the money will repair the current one that is at Boy Scout Park, and I'm correct that some of the equipment is damaged beyond repair?
It's actually we are going to remove the existing and replace.
So will it be pulled up and then
Yes.
a new one? So they're gonna be identical at the two
Yes,
parks?
sir.
Yeah, because I did see the drawings. Okay.
Yes.
And then where are they gonna build it at Optimus Park? So kind of,
Yes, so it will be centrally located in the park to allow easy access to the water source from the street. The design is not completely finalized yet, but around in the middle part of the
so
park.
there's a soccer field there, is that gonna go away?
Oh, absolutely not. That is very well utilized.
Okay.
We want to make sure that we're leaving that there, and so we're actually adding some trees to Optimus to get that back to where it wasn't better since the tornado. We'll be also long-term looking at adding playgrounds, improving the basketball court area. So this is just a good, huge first step, but those soccer fields will be staying.
Good.
Okay. Those are all my questions, so.
Where is the funding coming for our match part?
So our CIP plan has money allocated for that project already, and so this will come alongside it to be able to provide it for both spaces.
Okay.
And just to be clear, Boy Scout Park was damaged beyond repair.
Yes,
It's kind of
sir.
obsolete
Yes, sir.
equipment, so we can't really retrofit what's
It had,
existing.
yes, sir, I'm sorry. It had several years of damage from freezes, and the final break we had completely totaled the system. So it was unfortunate, but we are so excited to get those back going. Boy Scout Splash Pad is one of our #1 parks, and we want to get that back. We want to get that back.
Great. All good. So we need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Chris and Ashley.
I beat you, Dan.
Call the vote.
I beat you.
Yeah, good job.
Motion carries 7-0. So, on to item number 8. Consideration of a resolution of support for the appointment of Andrea Beckmuller-Behringer to the Oklahoma Municipal League Regional Council, declaring said appointment to be for the benefit of the city of Shawnee and other municipalities within the district, declaring the mission of the Oklahoma Municipal League to be for the public purpose. And Andrea will give us our report.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. As you know, the Oklahoma Municipal League serves as an advocate for municipalities within the state of Oklahoma and has done so since 1913. Having a limited number of board members they can accommodate, they thought that it would be wise to gain wider input from other municipalities that may not have representation directly on their board. So they would like to establish regional councils one for each district, and we are currently located in District Number 5, which does not just include Potawatomi County, but it also includes Seminole, Lincoln, it includes Logan, Oklahoma, Canadian, Cleveland, and McLean County, so it is a relatively large area. Their idea behind establishing a regional council is to invite municipal officials, either elected or appointed, to participate in this council with the support of their respective city councils or city commissions, to really serve as a voice for a smaller circle than just those few members that are already on their board. Particular focus there will be on legislation because the Oklahoma Municipal League is very heavily involved in the legislative process every single year. They watch multiple bills for us. On average, there are about 3,000 bills that are introduced at the beginning of every legislative session. And I can tell you, being part of the legislative committee, it's a lot to step through. And so the more input and feedback they have from municipalities that are directly affected by some of the laws that are being passed at the state level, the better. Because Oklahoma City has a voice at that table, Tulsa has a voice at that table, but a lot of times, and in this particular case, Shawnee included, does not have a voice at that table to make the final call on legislative priorities or what should happen going forward. And so the responsibilities of a regional council member would be, again, they have to either serve as a municipal official appointed or elected within their community. They would have to represent that particular district, in this case, District Number 5. They would have to participate in 4 quarterly meetings and conferences. They would confer with their counterparts at other municipalities within their district, other city managers, other mayors, and then bring this information back to the regional council for summary and presentation to the OML board. So it is a volunteer position. It would allow Shawnee to guide the OML board with direct input, not just from our community, but from across the district, which is why this item was brought to you today. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
What is the coverage of the district?
Again, Potawatomi County, Seminole, Lincoln, Logan, Oklahoma, Canadian, Cleveland, and McLean. So it is a relatively large and very populated area. And by virtue of being tied into a couple of other venues, I already attend a monthly meeting with city managers from the central Oklahoma region. So there's already a very lively exchange on ideas and issues and potential difficulties with some of the legislation that is introduced. So I'm already tied into that group, but there are a couple of groups within Logan County and Seminole County that I have not accessed yet. So that would be Logan and Lincoln County too.
How many people serve on the regional council for District 5?
That is information that was not given in the request to share a nomination. I know that the first meeting for the District 5 Council is actually taking place tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure because of the timeline of when this was rolled out and when City Commission and City Council meetings happen, just by virtue of it requiring a resolution, it will probably take a few months until that number stabilizes to the levels that OML has desired. But yeah, they did not yet share that information.
And is this council new, or did we have somebody that served in this capacity in the past?
This regional council, the idea of a regional council was literally just born. It is a brand new establishment of a group that has previously not served as an advisory to the OML board.
Time constraints for you, what is that looking like?
Once a quarterly meeting is relatively easy. I'm already in contact with a lot of other city managers just by virtue of, I know that we perceive our problems to be very local. I can tell you that a lot of these issues are shared by other municipalities. So There is a very good exchange of ideas and potential solutions already going on, which that would not necessarily add anything. 4 extra meetings a year, that is doable.
What is the term length?
That was also not specified. I know that on the legislative committee, that does not have a term limit. So when I put forth my name for the legislative committee, which is an advisory board to OML's board, there is no term limit on that.
Okay, to sum it up, it's a new board, new ideas that could be generated to us, work with other city managers, volunteer time, 4 meetings a year. Or more, maybe.
Help me understand the question.
I'm just trying to sum it up. It's a new board.
Correct.
It's volunteer.
Correct.
You're not getting paid to do it.
Oh, absolutely not.
And you're getting new ideas from other towns and other city managers.
And have the opportunity to provide direct feedback to OML. OML staff, some of them have worked in cities, others have not. And so as they try to advocate with the most impact for Oklahoma municipalities, the more concise information they can get from more municipalities, and that's, I think ultimately that was the intent behind the regional councils, that they have a broader perspective, but they have an advisory body that can summarize these findings and bring them to them in a consumable and actionable form, because you cannot really invite that many different municipalities to a board meeting and have them all speak and formalize their issues and then actually get something really actionable within a short amount of time.
Did they tell you what day of the week and what time of the day and the location of these quarterly meetings?
They have not.
Could be OKC, could be Woodward, could be Altus.
So I know that the first one will be held tomorrow in Mustang, and it is about 3 hours long, and it will cover just the lunch hour. So it starts around 9-ish in the morning and goes until just after 1:30. But that, of course, is subject to change.
Any other discussion? Well then, let's call the vote. Oh, wait.
Mr. Mayor,
We have to make a motion.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. Now we can call the vote.
Mayor, the city attorney needs to read them.
Oh, we have it's a resolution. I'm sorry. So before we vote.
Me either.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of support for the appointment of Andrea Beckmuller-Behringer to the Oklahoma Municipal League Regional Council, declaring said appointment to be for the benefit of the city of Shawnee and other municipalities within the district, and declaring the mission of the Oklahoma Municipal League to be for the public purpose.
Thank you, Joe. Now we can vote. Motion carries 5-2. Now on to item number 9. Consideration of an appeal of the administrative order regarding property located at 1320 North Market Avenue. And Kevin Moore, give
Good
staff
evening,
report.
Mayor, Commissioners.
Good evening.
The residential structure at 1320 North Market was brought to a public nuisance hearing on September 19, 2024. The owner failed to appear for the hearing on September 19th. The structure and property is not being maintained, and the owner has not made an effort to bring the structure up to code. This is particularly a property that has garnered public concerns regarding safety and diminished property values of the neighborhood. Staff is requesting denial.
Any discussion?
There was an email sent 5 days after the hearing saying that the individual did not get time to get the permit together. So I was just kind of curious.
They have 48 hours to apply for a permit for a remodel or a demo, and if they fail to do that, then we move to the process of demolition. Then they have 10 days to appeal it, and that's why we're here right now.
But can they appeal it if they don't show up at the hearing? Has that process changed?
I'll take that one. There's not a prohibition to the appeal, but there would be a requirement that there be good cause shown for not being at the appeal, and as a condition precedent to move forward. In this particular situation, nothing is apparent in the face of the appeal document itself that was the case in this situation. It was simply missed. All other notices have been reviewed and appear correct.
What is the structure? Is it a home? What is this?
Yeah, it's a residential property that's been vacant for a while.
I own the property, I'm gonna tear it down, here, like 10 months, to get construction on it. Like I said, it's a failure on my part. I bought the property, went and looked at it, I've been planning on building a new house on it. So some other jobs I've been trying to finish up, I plan on at the beginning of the year, put a new house on it.
And just as a point of order, I know we have some new commissioners. When we're dealing with these appeals, they're considered what's called a de novo appeal, which means that the only evidence that you guys can consider is that was presented at the administrative hearing. And so while I appreciate the property owner being present and providing that information, it's not something that can be considered by the commission in making their decision with regard to the appeal.
Thank you.
Joe, I asked this question, each and every one of these, is the order or the notice in any way defective?
No, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay. We need a motion.
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
And a second.
I'll second.
So let's vote the question.
So yes is to deny it, correct?
Motion was, staff recommendation, which is to deny.
Motion carries 6-1. And item number 10, consideration of the adoption of the engineering design manual. And Seth Barkheimer, staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sir.
For not having a mic here. So after last meeting and really the last couple of years, I think you guys are probably pretty aware of what the engineering design manual is and what its purpose. A couple things to add. Hope to answer any questions you have. So this is intended to aid developers. A lot of the manual we already require. So this is really just formalizing our expectation and kind of setting a goalpost for those developers as they come in and start doing public infrastructure projects. Secondly, I'd like to point out, if there is an issue with the document, undoubtedly as time goes on, we'll want to keep our standards current. They'll need to come back in for a revision. So you'll see, I believe it's the third sheet of the manual, there's a record of revisions. I bring that up because if there's a reason as we implement this that there's issues brought up, we do have the ability, you guys have the ability to bring that back and make sure it's serving as intended, we can revise it. So staff does recommend approval, and with that, I'd open it up to any questions that you guys have on the actual manual.
Questions? I don't have anything on this one. Okay, we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Let's vote the question. Motion carries 7-0. Item number 11, consideration of the adoption of the Shawnee Standard Construction Details. Seth, once again.
Yes, sir, you're gonna get tired of me tonight. So, these also, I think you're pretty familiar with. This is basically the construction drawings that standardize what we're expecting, and as I said in the staff memo, the purpose is to provide clear and consistent guidelines for construction here in town. This is a great step in the right direction for clarity, and staff does recommend approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
I think something good to ask you. I'm guessing this covers commercial, residential,
Yeah,
the whole 9
there's
yards.
a lot in here. There's 41 pages, I think, of details. So it covers everything from water to street to sidewalks, curb ramps.
Infrastructure in general.
Just infrastructure in general, yes, sir.
ADA requirements, all that
Yeah,
kind of stuff.
it's certainly not everything, but it's most of the normal stuff.
Okay. All good? Can we get a motion?
Move to approve.
No, second.
Okay. Let's call the vote. Motion carries 7-0. Got comfortable shoes on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Item number 12, consideration of an ordinance of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, amending Chapter 24, Streets and Sidewalks, and also providing for a repealer, codification, and severability.
Okay.
All yours, Seth.
Yes, sir. So, and this conversation is really about the next 4 items. So I know we're on this specific one, but we'll kind of lump those together just for the sake of time. So, items 12 through 15. Again, this item is for streets and sidewalks specifically. Next item is a resolution for fees, should that move forward. And then the next item is for the utilities and fees on the back end of that. So again, it's all kind of lumped together. Last month, I presented a short PowerPoint on review and inspection fees for public infrastructure. We've modified one of those slides just for you to kind of see here again tonight. I know Ryan, if you don't mind, working on pulling that up. But generally, my takeaway from the conversation last month, and don't let me put words in your mouth, but my takeaway was really we don't want to stifle development, and some of our peer cities' rates exceed what we would want to see happen here. Okay, so we kind of took that general sentiment and came back with the proposed ordinances in simple terms. It's a proposed fee for $50 per plan sheet for a plan review fee, and 1% of estimated construction costs for inspections. If you'll recall, and you can see on the slide, the $50 was on the lower end compared to other cities as far as plan review fees go. And similarly, the proposed inspection fee at 1% is less than a third of what our neighbors down the street in Oklahoma City are doing. A couple of things to start this conversation tonight. This only applies to public infrastructure projects, right? So it will not impact or increase your normal building permits for remodels. So if someone buys an infill lot, wants to build a new house, this will not change their fees at all. That's not what this is. Similarly, commercial building, McDonald's, manufacturing facility, whatever you want to think. If they're building in a spot where there's already adequate public infrastructure, this will not impact their fees whatsoever. So this is only for when there's an extension of a public road, public water main, or a public sewer main, and it's needed to facilitate that private development. So if you want to build a single-family subdivision and there's a water main extension, we're asking for 1% of that construction cost to oversee and inspect the installation of that water main. Another key point is that it's 1% of public infrastructure, not 1% of the total project cost, right? So if you have a huge project like, say, George Fisher, north of town, they're building a $42 million facility. We're not asking for $400,000 for that project, right? We're asking for 1% of the public infrastructure. So they have a water line loop that goes around their building that provides domestic service and fire protection. It's roughly $800,000. We're asking for $8,000 to inspect the installation of that water line, so to speak. Does that make sense? So it's not total project cost. And lastly, I think this probably makes sense to you guys. the goal of any city, but ours included the private development department, so inspectors and general engineering staff that are reviewing these private development plans. Our goal and our fees should be to break even. So cover our administrative costs, cover our staff time in aiding that private development. And I know you guys probably understand that better than me as business owners, but the hope is that the private development isn't causing the city to lose money, or that we're not a drag as the development department on the general fund. So again, this ordinance does not get us to break even, but it does move the needle off of zero, and it's an effort to try to, make us more competitive with our peers. We're still way below them. So I know you probably have questions, and I'm not going to be able to answer them all and guess at them, so feel free to ask them. Seth, I do recommend approval, and I'm happy to answer whatever you got.
Thank you. Any questions? Any of that?
I mean, to me, this fulfills, I think, what my expectations were, in that it does, as you say, move the needle off of zero as we look to become more financially responsible and stable. And in these big projects that do take a lot of our time and effort and energy and manpower, this will help some in that regard. But it's still, when you bring out our other communities that we're still far below in many respects, I think it's a good start.
Ready for a motion? I'll make a motion.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I thought somebody was gonna make a
I
motion.
didn't understand
I'll
what you
second.
said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Second.
Okay,
Okay.
now it's Joe's turn.
Now we're rolling.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance of the city of Shawnee, Oklahoma, amending chapter 24, streets and sidewalks, and also providing for repealer, codification, and severability.
And now we can vote the question.
Mayor Stevens, did
Yes.
you make the first?
Yes, I did.
And Mr. Baker made
Ashley.
the second. Okay.
Motion carries 7-0. Number 13, consideration of a resolution updating the city fee schedule by amending portions of Chapter 24, Streets and Sidewalks of the Shawnee Municipal Code.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. This is just a supporting resolution to set the fees of what you guys just passed.
Okay.
I move to approve.
Second.
Al and Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution updating the city fee schedule by amending portions of chapter 24, streets and sidewalks of the Shawnee Municipal Code.
And we'll call the vote. Carries 7-0. Number 14, consideration of an ordinance of the city of Shawnee, Oklahoma, amending chapter 26, utilities, and also providing for repealer, codification, and severability. And Seth again.
Yeah, this is the exact same thing. It's just the way we're codified. Our public infrastructure, utilities is in a chapter, streets is another chapter, so we have to split it into two ordinances. It's the same
Okay.
thing.
Any discussion?
I move to approve.
Okay.
I'll second.
Chris, Lauren. And back to Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance of the city of Shawnee, Oklahoma, amending chapter 26, utilities, and also approving for repealer, codification, and severability.
You say it easy. Okay.
Like I said, approving instead of providing, so I apologize for that.
All right,
Who
let's
wrote that?
call the vote.
Who wrote it? You wrote it?
And the motion carries 7-0. And finally, number 15, consideration of a resolution updating the city fee schedule by amending portions of the Chapter 26 utilities of the Shawnee Municipal Code and providing for the readoption of the city fee schedule in whole. Seth?
You guys recognize the pattern?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We need you to start from the beginning. Just kidding.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve.
Yes, sir.
I'll second.
Daniel, Chris, and Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution updating the city fee schedule by amending portions of chapter 26, utilities of the Shawnee Municipal Code and providing for the readoption of the city fee schedule in whole.
Now we can call Call the vote. Item carries 7-0. On to item number 16, consideration of a resolution to accept a grant offer from the State of Oklahoma 911 Management Authority for the Shawnee 911 Communications Center, specifically related to office furniture. And we'll call on Christina Brown for staff report.
So the State of Oklahoma 911 Management Authority opened up some new grant opportunities where we can now provide some ergonomic furniture, different ADA compliant furniture for our telecommunicators. If you guys have been in there, they're, standing in the same place for 8 to 16 hours a day. So this offers a little bit of comfort. They are offering it's actually an 80% match, so we pay 100% up front, and then they reimburse us 80%. And we found some 24-hour chairs for our dispatch center to help them be a little more comfortable. They're through a state contracted business through the state of Oklahoma. We do have the fees in our 911 budget, and it's $8,954.76, but by the time we pay and get reimbursed, it'll cost us about $1,790.95.
Any questions?
I think we just had back-to-back award-winning presenters.
Yes, I agree. So can I get a motion?
Make a motion.
Ashley?
I'll second.
Mark? And Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution accepting a grant offer from the State of Oklahoma 911 Management Authority for the Shawnee 911 Communications Center.
And we'll call the vote. Motion carries 7-0. On to number 17, consideration of a resolution to accept a grant offer from the State of Oklahoma 911 Management Authority for the Shawnee 911 Communications Center, specifically related to training. Chrissy?
So again, the 911 Management Authority is offering a training grant for any 911 telecommunicator, and this includes equipment, protocols, anything that fits within the training of receiving and dispatching a 911 call. GovWorks has provided a new training platform where it incorporates some artificial intelligence pieces so that it actually can give us real-time quality assurance reviews of our callers who are in training, and then also can build a library of scenarios where they can practice taking calls in a non-life-threatening scenario practice way. No, it's not a real-time call. We just don't have these opportunities now. They're offering the training for $7,500, and this is a 100% reimbursement grant from the state of Oklahoma, so we pay 100% up front, and then as soon as it's implemented, they reimburse us the $7,500.
It's amazing. I make a motion.
All right. We don't have any discussion. We got Ashley.
Second.
And Daniel. And then Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sir.
A resolution accepting a grant offer from the State of Oklahoma 911 Management Authority for the Shawnee 911 Communications Center.
Let's take a vote. Motion carries 7-0. On to number 18, consideration of a resolution to accept a grant offer from the State of Oklahoma 911 Management Authority for the Shawnee 911 Communications Center, specifically related to GIS support and maintenance.
This grant is through the Survey and Mapping, or SAM LLC, and this is for maintenance and upkeep for $8,800 for approximately 2 more years. And what this does is it's going to continue to help us meet those state and national standards that have to be in place by December 31st of this year. We've already got a lot of the work done, but the maintenance and upkeep for the 2 additional years will help Zach out and help our engineering department keep on track when we do provide that information into the state repository.
Okay. Need a motion?
Make a motion. Thanks for keeping Shawnee safe. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
I can second grant acceptances all night long.
Okay,
There's more.
and then Joe, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution accepting a grant offer from the State of Oklahoma 911 Management Authority for the Shawnee 911 Communications Center.
Now we can take a vote. Motion carries 7-0. On number 19, consideration of approval of an updated citizen participation plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program. Ryan's up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. This is a agenda item to update what we call the Citizen Participation Plan. It is a document that is part of our Community Development Block Grant Program. For those that are unfamiliar with CDBG, as it's known in the alphabet soup world of bureaucracy, this program helps communities assist low to moderate income households and then address issues in neighborhoods that need significant amounts of TLC, either dealing with infrastructure, parks, things of that nature. We are one of 9 communities in the state that are considered an entitlement community. While that normally has very negative connotations, in this case it's a very positive one. It means we get a direct allocation annually from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. If we were not an entitlement community, we would be competing statewide, and we would also be required to have a local match of dollar for dollar. So that makes it very difficult for many communities to access this program in Oklahoma. As part of our last monitoring visit, HUD staff in the Oklahoma City field office asked for some improvements and clarifications on our citizen participation plan. Those have been written in and reviewed by the HUD staff in Oklahoma City's field office. They approve those revisions, and we bring it to you tonight for the final step in approval. But with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on any of this? Okay. And so can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. Okay. Now let's call a vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item number 20, public hearing for a request to rezone from C1 Local Commercial District to R2 Medium Density Residential District. Case number RZ03-24, applicant Jerona Fowler. Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a rezoning request for 1339 East Highland. It is at the southwest corner of Highland and Basodam. It is currently zoned C1. Properties around it are a combination of C1, C2, and then R2. The applicant is looking at transferring the property through sale. The buyer's lender has reservations about the current zoning district because a single-family detached dwelling unit is a non-conforming use in commercial zoning districts, hence the request to rezone to make this a conforming use. Planning Commission has reviewed the item at their October meeting. After a public hearing, their recommendation is to recommend approval. That was a unanimous vote. Staff's recommendation is concurrent with that, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
If I'm reading it right, the rezone is actually bringing it more in line with the future use land map than it currently is?
It does, and it also brings it in compliance with the zoning code.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we open a public hearing on this. So we ask if anyone is here to speak for this request. Anybody here to speak against it? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Any more discussion on item 20? I think that's that then. Item 21, consideration of an ordinance to rezone from C1 Local Commercial District to R2 Medium Density Residential District. Case number RZ03-24, applicant Jerona Fowler. Ryan, you're up again.
As noted, staff's recommendation and planning commission's is to approve as requested by the applicant.
Okay. Get a motion.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
And Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance concerning the zoning classification of the following described property located within the corporate limits of the city of Shawnee, Potawatomi County, Oklahoma, to wit. Lots 1, 2, 3, and 4, Block 1, Tim's addition to the city of Shawnee, Potawatomi County, Oklahoma, according to the recorded plat thereof, less and except that ported, deeded to the state of Oklahoma for highway purposes in Book 964, page 309, from zoning classification C1 Local Commercial District to R2 Medium Density Residential District, amending the official zoning map of the city of Shawnee accordingly.
Call our vote. Motion carries 7-0. On to item number 22, public hearing of a request to rezone from R1 Low Density Residential District to C2 Regional Commercial District, case number RZ04-24, applicant Ruben Pelletier Properties, Nick Atwood attorney. On Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a rezoning request for 2025 East MacArthur. This is to the east of Bryan and MacArthur. The property of approximately 4.84 acres. The applicant is looking at rezoning 1.81 of that to commercial. When staff first was approached about this, it seemed like a logical extension. As we looked further into the land use map, we noticed a large lot residential designation. When we started to look deeper, it seemed more like an issue where it did not make sense to request or support the rezoning request. This item was reviewed by the Planning Commission. Their recommendation was to recommend denial to you. Staff's recommendation was to recommend denial as well. The applicant, however, has requested a deferral of this item to the November 18th, 2024 City Commission meeting. They are looking at other options, other discussions to have with adjacent property owners and additional consideration. With that said, staff supports the deferral of this item to that date and time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do we need to defer to that meeting, or could we defer it to a future meeting to give flexibility to both the applicant and the city?
As long as we defer to a date certain, you can go later. So if you wanted to defer to the December meeting, you could do that, for example. As long as it's a date certain.
I'm fine with November. I was trying to give flexibility to, a lot of times we'll do future meeting.
So if this item did not involve a public hearing specifically, we could defer to a later meeting, but because it is a public hearing that is being deferred, it has to happen an appropriate date.
Okay.
And just as a matter of course of action for us, if we were to go to beyond the 30 days or beyond November, we would just re-advertise and re-notice as a matter of courtesy to adjacent property owners.
Gotcha.
So if we vote yes, we're deferring it to a different date, but they're trying to look for a different property, correct?
I don't know if, they haven't informed me if they're looking for a different property. All they've said to me is, we'd like additional discussion, we'd like to defer based on that.
So is it Pelletier asking that, or the Dollar?
The applicant's
Or the
agent
attorney.
has asked for that based on the applicant and their client, so.
I've had more activity on this since the Broadway bike lanes.
Yeah, same, yeah.
Are they gonna put a bike lane at the Dollar General?
May as well, at the rate we're going.
Which it's in my area, but yeah, I've been wore out. Not to mention it's a quarter mile from my house.
Yeah. So a question I have is, do we vote to defer this, or is this just, is this a question for Joe? Do we have to make a motion and a vote on the deferral?
You do not have to. That is certainly an option before the commission. As Mr. Harkins has pointed out, there could be a motion to defer to a date certain. There is a recommendation for denial. And the commission can move forward on that. The commission could choose to take no action, though that would not advance the ball in either direction, but that is an option.
So if we're voting for denial, we're voting no?
If you vote,
Depend what the motion is, correct?
Yeah, it depends on what the motion,
deny.
so we can make a motion to deny, make a motion to defer, make a motion.
Okay. So,
and the city manager brings up an excellent point. We have not yet held the public hearing, and the next item would be the action item.
right,
So
because this is the,
certainly appropriate to discuss what might be, but so now I'm gonna make it real confusing. If it's a
You
motion,
are?
yeah, if it's a motion to defer, that would need to be taken up prior to the public hearing, so that we can preserve the public hearing going forward. If there is going to, if that fails or is not going to be made, then the public hearing would need to take place, and then there would be a motion to either accept staff and planning commission's recommendation to deny or to reject that recommendation in the subsequent agenda item.
I have a question that might confuse it more. We don't have an action item agenda. No, we only have a public hearing.
And I apologize, that was pulled because they asked for the deferral, so at this point, that's all that would be
Mr.
considered.
Mayor, if you're willing, I'll just simplify it and make a motion that we defer the November 18th, 2024 meeting.
sounds good.
Motion seconded, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Somebody has to.
Yeah, somebody has to.
Doesn't have to.
I'll second.
Okay.
So,
Motion to defer, we have a motion and a second.
Because the city was fine to defer.
And so we call the vote? Motion carries 7-0. On to item number 23, consideration of a request for a final plat for Union Square addition. Case number FPL 05-24, applicant Royal Land Properties LLC. Ryan, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a request for a final plat approval. The area has been through a preliminary plat already. It's approximately 11.95 acres. The preliminary plat was approved in May of 2024, 8 lots as well as 1 common tract. When the applicant submitted the final plat application, staff noted the need for some additional cross-access easements as well as notes on some of the easements to include drainage. We also asked for an additional drainage easement on the northwest corner of the common lot. The notes on the revised plat are included in the staff report as an attachment. We feel with these revisions, the plat is sufficient and meets code. We have no objections. Planning Commission, when they reviewed this item, recommended approval to you as the governing body, subject to staff's recommendations and revisions being included on the recorded plat. Staff's concurrent with that as well. As a plat, it does not need a public hearing. But with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
This is at the corner of 45th and Union?
Correct. So it's
Northeast
just,
corner?
it's not right at the intersection, it's just
Just a little ways?
just to the east of it,
East.
yes.
Okay.
Right there by Cardinal Point.
Yep.
Correct.
Any questions for Ryan on this one? Okay. So, can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with staff's recommendations.
Okay.
motion seconded.
We have a second? Call for the vote. Motion carries 7-0. On number 24, consideration of the following budget amendments for fiscal year 2024, 2025. And Kimberly Smith is up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
On the budget amendments, item 19A and 19B are budget amendments to appropriate the fund balance for the prior and current year donations. Items 19C is a budget amendment to appropriate grant revenue received for capital outlay. The budget amendments will affect the donations fund for the fire department and for the Parks and Recreation Department and the capital improvement fund. The donation funds are being moved into the current fiscal year so the departments can expense those funds, and the grant funds are being expended for 2 parks. $195,858.52 is the total for the 3 budget amendments. The first budget amendment is to appropriate the fund balance for prior fiscal year donations received by the fire department for use in the fiscal year for the cost associated with the clown program in the amount of $2,305. The second budget amendment is to appropriate fund balance for prior fiscal year and current fiscal year donations received by the Parks and Recreation Department for use in the fiscal year for cost associated with the fitness program in the amount of $2,553.52. And the third budget amendment is to appropriate the grant revenue received from the AVIS Foundation into capital improvement fund for the splash pads for the Optimism Boy Scout Parks in the amount of $191,000.
Okay. That's our match on the splash pads. Any questions on these items? Okay. Can we get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Daniel Ashley, let's call the vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item number 25, acknowledge monthly sales tax and budget reports.
The sales tax for October totaled $2,718,641.59, which included $3,660.48 in interest. This revenue is distributed across 8 funds. The receipts in the October are from estimated September sales and final sales figures in August. October 2024 collections are a 5.23 increase over October of last year. When comparing the collections to the conservative budget projections for October, we are at 5.80% above projections for the month and 2.30% above collections year to date. Used tax for the October totaled $429,490.37, which is 7.87 increase projected collections for the month. When you combine the use tax and the general fund portion of the sales tax, the general fund is currently $5,135 below budget projections. On the second to last page of the report is the sales tax collection comparison chart by the month for the last 12 months. This comparison includes Shawnee's Pure Cities of Yukon, Ardmore, Muskogee, Bartsville, Stillwater, and Eden. These cities were selected with 3 factors in mind: population, city tax, rate revenue, and revenue per 1% sales tax. Most of these cities saw an increase in the sales tax from September to October, including Shawnee, which showed an increase in sales tax of 5.92%. On the last page of the report is the graph that shows the year-over-year sales tax growth by month. It also captures the Southern Region Consumer Price Index change for Shawnee sales tax receipts over the last 12 months. Three of the last 4 months have been downward trend when you look over the year by month.
Item 26, administrative reports, presentation of the quarterly 2018 half-cent sales tax report. Kimberly Smith, Finance Director.
I'm happy to present to you the quarterly update on the half-cent sales tax. Just a little of the background: the 2018 sales tax election passed on June 26, 2018, and added a half-cent to existing sales tax. The rate went into effect on October 1st, 2018, and is set to expire on September 30th, 2028. This tax is allocated for capital improvements with 25% for public safety, 25% for streets and roads, and the remaining 50% for parks and public facilities. $22.4 million. Since the inception of the special sales tax, we've collected $22.4 million in revenue through October 24 collections. And we have invested $24.6 million into community projects through September 24, with $3.8 million spent in fiscal year 24 and $2.5 million in fiscal year 25. In the last 3 months, the notable investments include $1.893 million for the pressure pave project, $588,000 for the senior center roof, $10,000 for the fire station number 3 remodel, and $8,000 for the library roof and remodel. As stated previously, the ordinance approving the election of the 2018 half-cent sales tax allocated to the funds to specify projects by percentage, 25% to public safety, 25% to streets and roads, and 50% to parks and facilities. Every quarter, I update the new allocation column to reflect the actual sales tax collections. For this category, the public safety, where the majority of the projects are complete, the only update is to the Fire Station 3 remodel, where the design work is moving right along. Continuing on with the streets and road allocations, much like the public safety allocations, this project category also increased in allocation amount due to updated revenue projections, and the new allocation is updated quarterly based on actual collections. A status update on the specific projects. On the 45th Street widening project, the right-of-way acquisition is underway, as well as the utility relocation. And for the pavement overlays and panel replacement project, the pressure pave project is now complete. For the parks and public facilities, the Parks Master Plan project is complete, as well as all 4 of the sidewalks projects. There are no immediate major plans for the Expo Center, as the focus remains on repair projects necessitated by the April 19, 2023 storm events. On the Santa Fe project is nearing completion. The library restroom remodel has been completed, and planning has begun for the roof replacement. The senior center roofing projects is complete and has been closed out. And a special thank you. And as always, we want to thank the people of Shawnee for supporting these major community investments. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Kimberly on this one? Okay, thank you. Now, item 26, Part B, Chapter 22, Planning and Development Fee Update. Ryan Harkins, Community Development Director. All yours, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a quick discussion item of a follow-up. You've seen a code come through that you've adopted. You've seen the map for the zoning code, then the engineering design manual come through, and then associated fees for the engineering department. This is a review of current and potentially proposed fees for community development related to the planning and zoning division. So currently the Board of Adjustment fee, which is a variance or an appeal of an interpretation of the zoning administrator, is only $90. The rezoning and conditional use permit application fee is $280. Preliminary and final plats are $225, with an additional $2 for the first 50 lots proposed, and then $1 per lot after that. A lot split, lot combination application would be $75 currently, and then the planned unit development, or PUD, is $550. The difference between a rezoning and a planned unit development is a little bit more of a master planning document that goes into the PUD, as well as a follow-up plat that goes with it as well. So here's, as we look through some other communities, we're trying to give an example of large and small communities throughout the state, particularly close to or in metro areas. These fees go all over the place, and they do not include at times what you see on the screen as a publication fee that some communities impose, or a fee that's separate for the signage. So these are the application fees as best we can find. These fees go all over the place, as I said. This also does not include, for example, Oklahoma City, which for rezoning is substantially higher than what you see on the screen. Rezoning for Oklahoma City is $1,500 per acre. So to give you an idea of where we fit in now and what we're proposing, we're trying to be pretty much right in the middle with a number of other communities. You see across the board, on the end of the chart, what we propose is an increase to $350 for rezoning, leaving the Plains unit development at $550. We don't get a lot of PUD applications over the last few years. We get a lot of discussion about the potential of it, but it doesn't go much farther than that. The variance requests, we are looking at proposing an increase to $350. The conditional use, which is also for some communities called a special use or specific use, of $350, and then increasing the plat applications to $400, continuing the $2 per lot or $1 per lot. We see some communities that look at this per acre basis as well. We were choosing not to go in that direction. Final plat application of $350. The short form subdivision or lot split, as you see there on the chart, we now call a minor subdivision with a proposed application fee of $200. That takes a little bit more of staff's time into account. And then we currently don't charge for annexation or de-annexation requests, but we're proposing going from $0 to $200. Again, we've not had many of those in the last 2 to 3 years, but each one of those do take staff time. They do take notification in some cases, and they do take legal review. Here's some additional cities we wanted to compare and show to you. Again, they go all over the place. They do not include at times the additional fees that go with it. One thing we don't charge for that you see on this chart is the zoning confirmation letter. Currently, we try and do those electronically, and if we can do that, we charge nothing for it. We just send it as a PDF. Some communities charge as little as $25, some charge $150, and fees vary in between from there. You also see some of the larger prices for application fees on this slide. For example, PUDs going anywhere from $350 up to $950. Conditional uses going from $310 to $500. Variances going anywhere from $100 up to $410 or $650, which is definitely a cause for thought if you want to have a variance request go before the Board of Adjustment. With that said, there's a number of, as you see on this chart, fees proposed again in comparison to what we're looking at versus other communities. This takes where we're at, incorporates some of the staff time and review that we've been putting in, taking that into account and moving the needle a little bit closer to where we can be closer to break even. It's not designed to be a profit exercise in any way, shape, or form, but definitely to account for some of the fees that we incorporate right now without charging additional fees. For example, printing, publication, legal fees, we incorporate all of those things as well as the signage into the application fee now. With that said, I'd be happy to answer questions.
So if, let's say, a development outside, well, in city limits, it would be agricultural. So that's a 120 acre tract. So you're gonna charge them $350 an acre?
Well, that would be
to rezone that to R1?
We're looking at more of a, we've been talking more of a flat fee of $350. Some of these communities.
So the 350 is for the everything, but it says
Right.
/ acre.
Right, some of these, because some of these communities will do, for example, $250 or $500 an acre,
So
depending on the
we're
size.
gonna be $350 per acre?
We would be $350 per application.
Per application, okay, that's kind of
Yeah.
deceiving
Yeah,
on that.
and that's
Yeah.
one of the reasons why I want to emphasize
Okay.
these fees get labeled differently, and so we're looking at this as a proposed per application
Per
fee,
application.
not
Okay.
per acre. The only time the additional fee would come in, for example, in a case like you're talking about, Commissioner, would be a platting process where you look at the base application plus.
Be $2 per lot?
Correct.
Okay.
But to rezone, that would just be a straight $350 application fee. Again, it's to try and keep us somewhere in between other peer communities without being excessive on fees and still staying competitive.
Any other questions for Ryan?
Okay, so if you have additional feedback, please forward that on or thoughts to the manager. We'll incorporate those things and then come back next month with resolutions on the agenda to appropriately change fees.
Thank you, Ryan. Item 27, new business. Andrea?
No new business, Mr. Mayor.
Sir. Okay. 28, commissioners' comments. Anybody want to start us off?
Okay. Just a couple things. A lot of items, but a lot of them, I think, a lot of hard work by staff. Those grant applications and grant funds don't come by accident, and so a lot of hard work and it goes into that. I want to say thanks to the engineering department, who, a lot of good work in that engineering manual and the things that followed in there, so appreciate all that. I've commented the last couple of months on tax numbers. It was nice to see them rebound a little bit, and I think that things are still challenging for area residents, but it's good to see that perhaps there's a little flexibility. I think probably that reflects a lot of back-to-school spending. It falls in that time period, and so sometimes that even puts more of a crunch on a family. But looking at the charts, it'd be nice to get a giant university with a huge football team. It looks like when you look at Stillwater's numbers, I guess that'd help, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I think all the football teams in the state need a little help. But anyway, just appreciate those things and those items we got tonight.
I appreciate everybody's patience with us as we learn this process. It's gonna take a little bit of time, especially, I mean, I've watched probably 1 million commission meetings, but it is gonna take a little bit of time as far as exactly each and every process. So, I appreciate you guys being patient with me and the other newbies.
We do have some fun things happening this week in town, so the spaghetti feed, try to make it out there if you can. Thank you for bringing that up. We also have Woodland Park Saturday, 1 to 3. Bring out your kids, candy and such. And then Mummy Day at the Maybe Gear Museum, and that's 10 to 3. So just kind of a lot of things going on here towards the end of the month, and thank everybody for being here.
I write lots of grants, and so kudos to the 911 department for doing that, and to Ryan. It sounds like he's pretty good at grant writing as well. Simulated training in the medical field's huge, and so I think that's very exciting that they're implementing AI with 911 and that they can simulate 911 calls, so I think that's great for our town. Good job all around.
It's my turn. Sales tax, seeing an upswing in that, definitely a welcome sight. Hopefully it'll continue over the next few months. Everybody's back at home and probably the traveling is over with. So I look for it to stay that way. To address the 2 times a year or 2 times a month for commission meetings, you know, I'm kind of indifferent on that, but from a city standpoint, it takes tons of hours to put it together, put the agendas together. So their efficiency is better having it once a month. We can always do a special call if we need to, if something arises that we need to address. So I really don't have a problem staying 1 time a month. So very seldom do I address Rob on you, but you know, even us, you know, we'll take 4 or 5 hours out of our time every time the agenda comes up. You know, the packets are 500-600 pages long. You know, that's the stuff that you guys don't see as much as we probably do. But anyway, I appreciate staff putting it together. I know it's a burden on all of y'all. So the reports are good. Thanks.
I don't have anything to add. I guess I second what everybody said.
I agree with staying once a month. I'm not sure where the twice a month came from. Busy schedules, and it's hard enough to make it once a month. Yeah.
I just want to kind of echo what Mark said. These packets, they are huge, and being brand new at this, I have spent at least 15 hours, maybe 20, in the last 3 days, all while trying to do my other daily routines. And it's a pretty good undertaking, and I really want to thank staff for all their effort, because this stuff would not be put together if it weren't for them. And I know it's taken me this long to read it. I know it took them a long time to put it together. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Peck for bringing up the Salvation Army spaghetti feed. I've already got my tickets, ready to rock and roll on that. So, and Mr. Henry, so on the theft stuff around town, I would encourage everybody that if you see something, please say something, call somebody. I know it's easy to just kind of turn your head away. I obviously wouldn't recommend trying to get involved physically, but if you see something, please call and let the police know, let somebody know somewhere. And this will probably be our last meeting before November 5th, so I would encourage everybody here and watching and listening everywhere, please vote in the upcoming election. No matter how you vote, please just vote. It's one of our very, very sacred rights to have. And with that, we recess this commission meeting by the power of the chair, and I'd like to have a 10-minute recess if possible. Thank you. Everybody's ready.
Yeah.
So we are leaving.
Call to order. Airport Authority. And do we?
Hang on, sorry, that's what I just said. Sorry. It was Chris's fault.
I'd like to thank everyone for their patience.
I will
Thank
take,
you.
I will take responsibility for the tardiness.
I don't think it's, I mean, is it letting me join? Am I being dumb? Oh, leave, see, I am being dumb. Okay, it's fine. Got it, okay.
Now you gotta join this thing.
There's so many steps. It's like, click this, save that. Okay.
Okay.
So many
All right.
steps in there, I should be in better shape.
We already have the declaration of a quorum, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, item number 1, consider approval of consent agenda. And,
Move to approve.
okay, thank you. And we can go to the vote. And item carries 7-0. Now, by the power of the chair, I'm going to put item 5 in front of item number 2. So that will be Bonnie Wilson, Airport Manager.
Thank you very much for your consideration, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. We changed the agenda a little bit because we felt it might be helpful to put the airport in context with pictures before we started talking about the long list of projects that each are depicted across the field. As my colleague Ryan said, you know, we live in a world of alphabet soup. It's worse when you get to the airport. So we thought, here's a chance to sort of lay out the land for everybody first and then go through each of the things that are going to then follow that are impacting these projects we're describing. So to begin that, we have a short presentation here, and if I think I'm going up or down. Okay, there it is. Paula's got me started, so Andrea, which one do I use, up or down to go down? Down to go forward. That makes perfect sense. All right, so then a quick overview of the capital improvement program that we have coming up in the next several years begins with the taxi lane rehabilitation project. A taxi lane is a stretch of concrete and asphalt that is smaller and more narrow than the runway and smaller and more narrow than a taxiway. And so it's, again, one of those things that's a term of art, but really what it is, it's an area that allows us to have aircraft access hangars, some of our service areas that are slower traffic, more narrow areas. But it is pretty critical because most aircraft do need to travel across a paved surface versus grass or dirt or things of this nature. So that's the first on the list. And we're looking to use some of our federal assistance to work this project. The first stage of the project, with most of our projects, you go in with an engineering design program. It's pretty extensive. And then you follow up the second year with actual construction based on that design. Primary reason for that is that we're getting an awful lot of financial assistance from the FAA. And while we have a pretty good idea of what needs to be done, the FAA has very stringent standards about testing, core sampling, boring, ensuring that the program that we have in mind for that area is going to give it a long life, and it's a good investment for the federal dollars. So at this stage, we are looking at about $218,000 for the payment of the engineering design phase, which goes through, as I mentioned, geotechnical testing, drawing, surveying, make sure everything's lined up properly, and then also providing the FAA and others with some alternatives for construction and rehabilitation. If we find that there are some areas that aren't in bad shape as we think they might be, doing the core sampling, we can do less work. If we find some areas that are a little tougher shape, or maybe the subsoils need some additional work, we'll put that into a design alternative, and then we'll revisit that issue back with the FAA and say, okay, now with a final design proposal with more details fleshed out, we believe that we'll be looking at this kind of construction. The goal is to rebuild this area that is currently asphalt with concrete because it's longer lasting, especially in our weather we have here. Lots of sun, lots of wind. We'll pull, the petroleum products out of asphalt faster, cause them to crack and fall. And so we're thinking if we can do it, if the prices match up like they are now, we'll be looking to go back with a concrete surface. Prices for asphalt fluctuate markedly. The worldwide fuel market can drive
asphalt above concrete in some years and drop it down some years. So as we get closer to it, we'll be building those alternatives into that program before we take it back for that second round of funding for the construction. The year following that, you'll see what we call the rollover funds. We are entitled to a certain amount of money every year from the FAA, and if we choose not to use it, we can bank it for a certain number of years. We just literally roll it over, so it helps us with the next large project. After that, we show the reconstruct and expand the terminal area apron. This is a very large project. We are looking to use both Airport Improvement Program funding, as well as bipartisan infrastructure law funding for this project. And we also have a lot of support expressed by the state of Oklahoma. The Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics is also considering giving us a pretty big hand in getting this done. Our current parking ramp area, the area right outside the terminal where we park the aircraft during the day, is asphalt in some sections, concrete in others. As we see the larger and heavier aircraft, which I'm very pleased, are visiting Shawnee and buying a lot of jet fuel, we do need to have that more substantial area for them parking, especially in the summertime, because it's super hot, it's super heavy, it sits on asphalt, it may be a permanent part of our ramp, and we'd rather not do that. So we're looking into the opportunity to do that. We're also, as you can guess, looking to hopefully reconstruct our terminal at some point, and we want to make sure that this new apron area fits in with any new design for that. The construction portion of that project, again, we're looking at about $184,000 in our entitlement money, meaning money that the FAA gives us to us annually, and then we'll be asking for another $5.4 million just in case they're feeling generous. So this one's a pretty big reach project. Again, we'll be looking to the state of Oklahoma to see what they can do to help us as well. And then another section of taxiway further north, which has got less utilization, but still needs to be done so we can keep that up and running for another design fee of about $162,000. Non-grant funded projects, but we do consider to be essential, is what's called our PAPI system. PAPI stands for Precision Approach Path Indicator. And I can say it 3 times fast, but what it does is it helps our pilots as they're approaching the airport be able to tell if their altitude and aptitude are in line, so that they don't do this when they land, they don't do this when they land, but they just glide in exactly like they're supposed to. Our system is really very old. It's very costly to continue to maintain. The light bulbs alone are costing us a great deal of money. We are looking to upgrade the system to a new higher technology LED lighting system. In doing the initial walkthrough, and this is strictly on staff, we did do some ideas of what it would cost to replace them with the new equipment. And then we did a preliminary walkthrough with our engineering team, and they said that they felt like it would be critically important to expand our project to do some surveying to make sure that the actual equipment we have now is in the right place, and that we don't need to change their position any. I'm sure everyone's aware magnetic north changes. And when that does, you don't move your runway, but you do change your numbers. And sometimes you'll also see some shifting in some of the other equipment to make sure that it's lined up properly. So they're strongly recommending that we look to a resurvey of the location, and if needs be, do some relocation of the boxes. Those are the little lights that are there, and they are a split screen sort of situation where the pilot can tell if they're exactly online by the color differentiation between the red and white. They would be a huge cost saving for us on maintenance, on equipment and supplies if we can go to LED, not to mention the electricity savings as well. So we thought we were going to get that project started as early as October of this year, but with the additional considerations from literally just the walking around and saying, you know, we may just go ahead and double check that, because FAA does need to certify this equipment even though we own it and we operate it, and there are some new standards that our engineers want to make sure we conform with. The next slide is sort of a wrap-up slide, and gives you a kind of an idea of what our current pavement sections look like. And you can see there's quite the rainbow of information on this page. And the goal here was, in partnership with the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics, they funded a project where we could hire an engineer and hire a geotechnical laboratory to literally pull core samples from all of our primary pavement sections. What condition is it in? What do we need to do? How can we plan for future restoration, strengthening, and repair, not only of the surface that you can see, but also the condition of the subsurfaces immediately beneath the paved areas, and whether we have any ways to prioritize future projects. I will note that there is an anomaly in the one that says CTWD, which is Connecting Taxiway Delta. You'll see that the CBR number is extremely high, 24.5. That is an anomaly from the lab, and we don't think that number is necessarily correct. It's a number that came out of a sample, and we're going to go ahead and have that rechecked. The rest of them give us a pretty good idea of where we need to look at. We think those numbers are fairly strong. The yellow section on the north end, to orient you to the runway, is the area where most of our aircraft land. Not surprisingly, it's the area showing the greatest amount of wear. Not surprisingly, it's the area that we are targeting for some of the initial actions that we can take. We'll go back into that area, and the little core samples that you see now, we'll do several more and see, okay, we have this one reading in this one location. We know that's where the aircraft hit it, it's where they land, where it takes the most abuse. But we should probably take, say, 3 or 4 more adjacent to see, do we have 100 feet to address? Do we have 1,000 feet to address? And if we do, what are the options on that as well? So this is a preliminary study to kind of give us an idea of where we need to look a little deeper, no pun intended. Any questions? And this is very technical. Be happy to try to answer any questions on it. Okay, I'm going to move on then to the terminal area apron plan that we have in mind. The tornado wasn't really helpful to the airport, but it does give us a chance to reconsider how we reconstruct. Our current parking apron that you see in gray is not nearly this big. And this is a goal for us to be able to increase it, to offer some more areas where the larger, heavier aircraft can operate safely, and also at the same time be able to relocate our fuel farm, which is currently on the north side, to the south side. The fuel farm itself is aging, and we think this would be a great opportunity to keep one operating during construction, install one to the south, get it up and running, and then move on with more northward construction. I'll be quite honest with you, this is an extremely expensive and very large project, currently estimated at $6.7 million. We do not expect that this project, even with assistance from the FAA and the state of Oklahoma, will be done in one project. We think this will have to be staged, and we think we'll have to sort of roll over some funds, find some savings, and find some alternatives to reach it. The other goal we've achieved with this is to move our terminal building to the east. Luckily, we don't have one in the way right now, and the one we have is mobile. So we can flex around that as we get to that portion of the terminal expansion, terminal area expansion. Any questions related to that plan? All right, then for the southeastern development. This is another project that we worked with the state of Oklahoma on. They helped us with the funding necessary to do an analysis of the southeast quadrant of the airport. Right now it's grass and not a whole lot more. We don't make a great deal of money off of our hay lease, but we do think that this is a great opportunity for development for a variety of uses. All these little boxes mean something to me, so I'm going to slow down and translate a little bit. What you see here is a combination of what we call large-scale box hangers, which would be appropriate for commercial, industrial, repair stations for larger aircraft, parts manufacturing, things of this nature. The smaller 100 by 100 hangers are usually for a corporate jet, small size corporate jet. They're usually 1 or 2 people leasing that or building a hangar with their funds on our land to house the larger type of aircraft. And as you get into the smaller boxes, the message stays the same. Smaller aircraft, individual parking locations, individual storage locations, which we would own usually and then go ahead and lease out the hangar space itself versus having a situation where we just lease the land to someone developing the larger buildings. We did lose 18 of what we call our T hangars, which is depicted in the area to the east, right at the bend of the road, where you see the, we had 18 on that hill, and they were completely demolished by the storm, unfortunately. And so that is a target area for us to get back to very quickly. I have 56 aircraft owners on a waiting list looking for a place to store their aircraft. And so the sooner we're able to offer up some of this construction for the smaller, more affordable individual hangars, the more we'll be able to accommodate those customers. This has also got a very heavy lift for infrastructure. Right now, while the perimeters offer us water, the perimeters offer us electric, some sewer, nothing really reaches onto the airfield itself, so a big portion of this project would be developing some of those utilities to make it feasible for these buildings and activities that are proposed. Questions related to this plan? Hearing none?
Are these new roads, like entries into the airport that we see?
Which you see, yes, sir, those would be a combination of roads, and then what we would then transfer there from cars to airplanes, and we call them taxi lanes.
Right. I just mean where we are.
Yeah, there's the entrances right there, that first leg of the entrances coming off of both Airport Drive and Independence would be roads that would rapidly, like I said, turn into what we would refer then to as taxi lanes for the aircraft to use. This is a particularly good plan where it allows us to, use the minimum amount of land to create the most amount of development. And one of the tricky bits about doing it is mixing the aircraft fleets. You have to have so much more wider, heavier pavement for the larger, heavier aircraft. And so you want to minimize that, get them as close to the runway as quickly as possible, and then you can make a smaller investment with more narrow taxi lanes, bearing less weight in some of the other areas. So the clusters are there in order to do that, to maximize the available space and to group them together with the shortest distances for the heaviest aircraft.
Any other questions on 5? Okay. I guess we'll proceed to item number 2.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Bonnie.
All right.
Consideration of a resolution authorizing the city manager to accept a grant offer from the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration, AA, for the reconstruct T-Hangar Taxi Lane project for the Shawnee Regional Airport.
Thank you very much. The staff has been working with the FAA to program funding for a pavement rehabilitation project at the airport, specifically a taxi lane providing access to the remaining T-hangars, 2 box hangars that are standing, and also to a new hangar construction site that one of our commercial tenants is building with us. We will lease them the land, they will build and own the building. This section of pavement was selected for rehabilitation based on an engineering assessment, core sampling as we discussed, to let us know that the surface conditions are right for repair and also that the subsurface could use a little attention. The current estimated cost of the design phase of the project is $218,200. This phase includes initial design costs, including additional geotechnical subsurface investigation, topographical surveying for water management, so we make sure we don't wash away anything on either side of it or the pavement itself, and compliance with FAA design standards. If it is awarded, the FAA grant will provide 95% of the required funds, or $207,290. Grant funds will be provided under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law Program. The current balance of funds available to the Shawnee Airport under that program are $477,000. BIL funds are made available on a schedule, and we must expend at least $159,000 of those funds before September 30th of 2025, the change of the federal fiscal year. If we do not expend it, those funds will be reapportioned to another airport somewhere. Any unexpended BIL funds that we have from this, added to Airport Improvement Program grant funds, will be available to address the construction phase of the project, including construction administration and oversight. Currently estimated cost around $532,000. As assessments are conducted and additional geotechnical data is collected, this number could change. Again, we're hoping it always goes down as we dig more and find out that there are some options that we can look at. This evening, I am requesting the Airport Authority grant authorization to the city manager to accept and execute the grant offer the FAA will make to support the design phase of this project.
Any discussion?
We have to expend by September 30th, but we don't have to obligate till next May, is my understanding. Is that correct?
So we have to expend it by September 30. And this is about the only program, the only project we currently have in the hopper with which we have reasonable assurance that we will be able to expend it by that time. We anticipate that this project will be complete around the May timeframe. But if we only start programming the funds to a project in May,
No, I don't mean that. I'm not saying that's when we should. I'm saying that that's the deadline for obligating funds, is my understanding.
I believe that's for the FAA's standard AIP program, sir.
Okay.
For this BIL program, it's on a different schedule.
Okay.
This one is issued out quarterly, and the AIP does not have the same deadline for expenditure. We normally obligate or request an obligation of programmed funds from the FAA for our standard AIP projects in the May timeframe.
Thank you.
There's a lot of acronyms.
My computer died on me,
Sorry.
and so that last comment that you just made about the timeline, I apologize for asking this. Will you repeat that?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
The FAA, ODAA, both of the primary funding agencies have different timelines for different things. Under the FAA's normal procedure for their larger, more expensive grant program, which is called the Airport Improvement Program, we normally have to have a project to them with a request for programming funds in the May timeframe. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Law Act grant program is on a different schedule. They issue those grants quarterly. And so as the city manager just mentioned, one program we have teed up at this time is this taxiway program for the design fees. And we can submit this grant now in this quarter of the year, and we can begin to do the work of the design. And then that will help us to have a final design by the May timeframe, where we will be looking to do a request in programming for the construction funds. Does that help?
Mm-hmm. So when is the end of the quarter is December?
Yes, ma'am. They usually award them sometime in each quarter. We do have a grant application that has been prepared with the drawings, the estimates, the costs, sitting on a desk waiting for a resolution to say that if we do submit it, that the city manager will be authorized to accept it.
So if we request it anytime between October 1 and December 31, that's in that quarter, correct?
We have been encouraged to accept it as soon as possible because the FAA would then award it within that time frame. They do need time to review it and take it through their own processes.
Okay.
And to be quite frank, when we do get an offer, there are times when the turn time on execution is pretty short. I guess everybody likes to go home for the holiday.
Sure.
But the hard deadline, I think, also too, is that this particular allotment, the $159,000, must be spent no later than the end of the federal fiscal 25.
So September 2025, correct?
That's correct, sir, yes.
Okay. So,
Maybe I differ from the group here, but I'm willing to do that. I have pretty strong feelings. Airport is a passion of mine. I think it has incredible potential. And I think we have some pieces in play that are ready to see rapid expansion and growth there. I have pretty strong feelings about item 3. And I kind of feel like item 2 is putting the cart in front of the horse on that. My personal view is I like to deal with item 3 and then come back to item 2 as far as not necessarily tonight. Like, I mean, I think we have the state as a willing player to help us really draw the future. And so my personal preference would be to defer item 2 to next month and look at item 3.
okay.
That's just me.
I kind of had that feeling too, because I was trying to sit here and think, how does number 2 work with number 3?
I mean, I don't like the idea of leaving money on the table.
Yeah.
And I don't
I
think any of
know.
us want to do that, but I think we're also playing, we're in a much bigger pond with some options that are presenting themselves to us. And that's just where I am on it.
Do we want to make a motion to defer to November's meeting? Or
I'm willing to do that. I want to make sure everybody has their opportunity if they have an opinion.
Okay.
Does that make sense, kind of how I said it?
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Like, I mean, if I'm understanding it correctly, if we approve number 2, construction starts eventually, soon. But number 3 is another CIP plan. And so that area could be planned out differently, but we've already started construction if we approve number 2. Do I understand that way?
So we have a taxi lane where core samples were pulled and it needs reconstruction. So the only thing number 2 does is put money, potential grant money from FAA plus a small 5% match from the city on the design of the reconstruction project. So no construction is moving forward because the construction actually has to come back to the city commission to the Shawnee Airport Authority for approval because it exceeds the authority that anyone else has in the city to move such a large project forward. So this is truly just for the design project on a taxi lane that already has a proven core sample that says we have an issue there and it needs reconstruction. I do understand, a potential delay. That also potentially, every month we creep a little closer to the September 2025 deadline by which those funds have to be expended. It is a calculated risk that the city commission would be entering into by this deferral. So just to keep that in mind. But yeah, at this point in time, this is not a vote for construction or not construction. This is just a simple, do we want to move forward with a grant ask to FAA for the potential 95% of the cost that it would take to do the design on this reconstruction? Just to be sure that that is.
I appreciate that explanation. I think it's a very good one. Me personally, I'm still comfortable with the risk.
Okay.
And looking at it in a big holistic picture. I mean, we got a little time, so we can bring it back, in my opinion. But I appreciate the explanation.
Yes, that does help me, the explanation part on the timeline of things.
What is our estimated 5%? I know that the number was set up earlier, and I was trying to do it in my head very quickly. What is our estimated, our price tag for the city?
14,000.
I was thinking around 15 grand.
Right, around
Yeah, it's pretty low.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
So if it's 218,000 for the total grant, and then whatever.
10,900
Okay,
is
yeah,
5%.
Okay, I thought I heard a lower number because I was around 15,000. Okay.
So,
Daniel, you made the motion or?
No, I don't think we've made anything yet. I think we just.
I'll make a motion to defer
okay.
I'll second.
The question is
to
November,
next month.
December.
to November.
Okay.
I'll second.
So we've got a motion and a second to defer to November meeting. And so now we do not have to call on Joe at this time, correct? Correct. So we just call for a vote?
This is a motion to defer to the November meeting.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Bonnie. On to item number 3, consideration of a resolution appointing the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics, ODAA, to act as the Shawnee Airport Authority's SAA agent as authorized in 3 OS 85 for the development of the Shawnee Regional Airport's 5-year capital improvement program, CIP, for the ODAA in its agent capacity to work with the SAA's airport staff and engineer of record to develop necessary scopes, fees, and other project-related documentation for presentation to the SAA to support the infrastructure projects that are a part of the CIP, and to require the ODAA to present the CIP to the SAA for review and approval prior to submitting the CIP to the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA. Bonnie,
Thank you
again.
for reading that out for me.
That's a lot of acronyms.
It is a lot, all right. So the Shawnee Airport Authority works with both the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics and the FAA to plan for large-scale development projects at our airport. The FAA's contribution, while significant, is somewhat constrained. The average annual allocation the FAA makes to the Shawnee Airport is about $295,000. This number can be increased if a proposed project rises high enough on the FAA's predetermined priority list. Since 2010, the FAA has contributed $8,685,743 in grant funds to support our airport projects. Other factors to consider when working with the FAA are the limits on the types of projects they fund with grants and the FAA's development priorities. FAA concentrates their efforts on what we call aeronautical use pavements, and I'll run through the list for you, but just where the planes go. And until those areas are addressed to their satisfaction, other projects just may not make the list. While their assistance is critical to our operations development, again, it can be limited. The Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics also contributes grant funding to our projects. Since 2010, the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics has provided us with $1,236,072 in grant funds for a variety of projects, either independently or in supplement to those funds we receive from the federal government to help us close those gaps between the 90-10 or 95-5 splits for our projects. ODAA offers grants for projects that don't always match the FAA priorities or are ineligible, for instance, for FAA grants, such as revenue generating development. The FAA tends to say, if you can make money off of it, make money off of it. If you can't make money off it, we'll help you with it. So projects like hangars and fuel farms, while they are technically supported by the FAA, sometimes it's on very low priority, and it's not something they commonly do. ODAA actually has special grant programs that they do help us with those areas. They have special grant programs specifically for hangar development, and also for terminals, which is great news. Working with these two agencies to plan and fund major capital development projects can be a complex challenge. This evening, we are asking the Airport Authority to help us enhance the coordination between the ODAA, the FAA, and the Shawnee Airport Authority to ensure that all of the planning and funding options are explored, prioritized across all three of the entities, and agreed to by all the participating partners. As mentioned by Mr. Mayor, there is an Oklahoma statute in place that allows this to happen and allows us to go ahead and say, yes, please, help us.
Okay. Any discussions on item 3?
It's one I've been involved with for a little while, and I'm easily distracted by airplanes, so I'm poised to support this. I think, from my point of view, when you look at the airports in Oklahoma City, they're out of space. And I think to a complement to our airport is they see the potential and the way its current status and see it as a possibility for growth and expansion. And this would, in a way, bring it into the Oklahoma City family of airports. And I think the state believes that's important. They're willing to put kind of their money where their mouth is. And this is, I think I'm a local control guy, and so this seems odd to be giving, partnering with the state, but I think it's important that everyone knows, like, anything a plan they help us develop and they come up with comes back to us for approval. We still have the final say, and I think that's an important piece for me. But this is allowing this partnering with the ODAA. I've met with them several times. I still don't know who they are. Allows us to, in my mind, allows them to chart a course for what's important regionally, and I think we will see if it's a need regionally and at the state level, there's likelihood that some help and support comes with that. And I think that, you know, we look at the challenges of, I think the last slide you showed on the CIP was $27 million. We're, yeah, I know from state of the city, it's probably more. We can't really sales tax our way to that, and so this, I think, is the beginning of unlocking the real potential and future at the airport. And so I thank Bonnie and Andrea for helping make this happen. Mr. Mayor, your leadership on it, I appreciate that. And I think this is really the start of something great. And I want to emphasize it's a great partnership that where we still maintain all of our control and approval, and we have a voice in the process. And we just have someone that has a broader perspective than ours. So I would encourage my colleagues to adopt the motion or the resolution.
Any other discussion on this item? So do we,
I'll make a motion.
okay,
I'll second.
okay. Now it's up to Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of the Shawnee Airport Authority appointing the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics, ODAA, to act as the Shawnee Airport Authority's SAA agent as authorized in 3 Oklahoma statutes, Section 85, for the development of the Shawnee Regional Airport's 5-year capital improvement program, CIP, for the ODAA in its agent capacity to work with the SAA's airport staff and engineer of record to develop necessary scopes, fees, and other project-related documentation for presentation to the SAA to support the infrastructure projects that are a part of the CIP, and to require the ODAA to present the CIP to the SAA for review and approval prior to submitting the CIP to the Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA.
Good job. Call for the vote. Motion carries 7-0. Next item, number 4, consideration of fiscal year 2025 engagement with Kaplan Cares LLP.
So as noted earlier, just you've all begun to see just how incredibly complicated it is to work across multiple agencies at multiple layers, and I'm going to be the first one to say I could use some help. We have 3 major entities, the FAA, the ODAA, and of course the Shawnee Airport Authority. Each of these entities operates within a set of rules and regulations, policies, guidance, approvals of land use, public procurement procedures, engineering standards, contract requirements, lease requirements, and other revenue agreement requirements, uses, and policies. With many of these rules and procedures are similar, but each entity has their own specific ones, and they must be compared, and they must be organized in such a way that we can ensure that whatever our plan is and the end resulting use of that particular facility or land is in compliance with all 3. We are looking to engage the services of Mr. Peter Kirsch with Kaplan Kirsch. This is what Mr. Kirsch does. He is an absolute expert in all things FAA, airports, land use, federal regulation, federal legislation, and he's very, very good at what he does. And I'd be really happy to have him on my team as a partner. The FAA's rules, regulations, policies being the most significant and complex, trying to line those up with Oklahoma requirements and again, City of Shawnee requirements. Peter would be an amazing asset to the team, and we were asking for permission to engage him for a period of time, help us get these balls rolling and make sure that all the paperwork is properly stapled in triplicate and cross-referenced for a fee not to exceed $15,000 under the initial engagement letter. There are funds in the Shawnee Airport Authority budget to address Mr. Kirsch's fees.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any discussion on hiring Peter Kirsch? Help Bonnie.
Move to approve.
Second. Call for the vote.
Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Bonnie. Motion carries 7-0. We'll skip number 5, go to number 6. Any new business?
No new business, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. And now we will adjourn to Shawnee Municipal Authority. So we have to back out of this. this, right?
I know.
Leave meeting. Oops. Won't let me out. There it went.
Wait. Here I go again, sorry. This one. Why so many?
Push save. And then save. Thank you. Okay.
I know.
Call to order. And item number 1, consider approval of consent agenda.
Move to approve.
I'll
A
second.
motion and a second. Daniel and Chris. Vote for the question. Item carries 7-0. On number 2, new business.
No new business, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. And we will adjourn. Back
That was nice.
to item 29. Thank you.
Right, don't I let you do? Imagine, that's what, okay, I'm just making sure, I'm like, that was some random thing.
All in? Okay. So we'll reconvene the city commission meeting by the power of the chair. Item number 29, consider an executive session to discuss a confidential personnel investigation pursuant to 25 OS 307B1, discussing the employment, hiring, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of any individual salaried public officer or employee.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion, we go to executive session.
Sir? So you second? Okay. Daniel and Ashley? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item number 30, consider an executive session to discuss annual evaluation of the city manager pursuant to 25 OS 307B1, discussing the employment, hiring, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of any individual salaried public officer or employee.
Motion to approve?
Motion.
I'll second.
Chris second. And we'll go to the vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 31, consider an executive session in accordance with 25 OS 307B4 to discuss confidential communications between a public body and its attorney concerning a pending investigation, claim, or action if the public body, with the advice of its attorney, determines that disclosure will seriously impair the ability of the public body to process the claim or conduct a pending investigation, litigation, or proceeding in the public interest specifically regarding the ACLU.
I move to approve.
Second.
Third.
Okay. We'll call for the vote. Item carries 7-0. Item number 32, consider an executive session in accordance with 25 OS 307B4 to discuss confidential communications between a public body and its attorney concerning a pending investigation, claim, or action if the public body, with the advice of its attorney, determines that disclosure will seriously impair the ability of the public body to process the claim or conduct a pending investigation, litigation, or proceeding in the public interest, specifically regarding Shawnee Mission Plaza LLC versus Eric Stevens, Mayor, City of Shawnee et al., Pottawatomie County District Court Case Number CV-24-160.
Mr. Mayor, just a note that's totally irrelevant, but so the public knows, we all got sued.
Yeah,
Not just you.
I'm just, I don't want to be the only guy,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
yeah.
We'll be there with you.
Thank you for that. Have a motion?
Yeah, motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. We'll call the vote. I think Chris beat you? Okay.
Yeah.
We need buzzers.
Daniel and Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're all ready to get that one done.
I think it'd be fun. At least lights. I'd have to be a buzzer.
I want to sign
What
on
if-
the coastal.
Game show.
Motion carries 7-0. Now we shall recess and go into executive
Can we
session.
do like the state does and I
So
can
we're just
post
doing
votes
3-2,
or-
and then we'll do these afterward?
Just vote if I need to.
Okay, reconvene the city commission meeting by the power of the chair. Go back to item number 33. Consider matters discussed in executive session to discuss a confidential personnel investigation pursuant to 25 OS 307B1, discussing the employment, hiring, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of any individual salaried public officer or employee.
Mr. Mayor, prior to any discussion, I need to correct and clarify with regard to this agenda item. Because of the nature of the complaint that was made, and the fact that it involved the city manager at the time the complaint was made, which was very close to the agenda coming out, decision was made to engage a third-party HR firm to conduct an independent investigation, the scope of which was unknown to city staff. That is why it was not designated within the agenda who or what position is being investigated. That has since been concluded, as we have just informed the commission. And prior to any discussion, I did want to make clear that that investigation related to the city manager. And with that, I'd turn the meeting back to you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Okay, do we need to have any discussion on this or just vote? We've already had our discussion, so get a motion? No motion? No, none? Okay. So, next item. Item number 34, consider matters discussed in executive session regarding discussion of annual evaluation of the city manager pursuant to 25 OS 307B1, discussing the employment, hiring, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of any individual salaried public officer or employee.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we give the city manager the step merit increase that has been given to other employees.
Okay. Have a second. Okay. A motion and a second, and we'll call the vote.
Mayor, I'm just gonna confirm that Commissioner, or Vice Mayor, was to give the
Bless you.
manager step pay increase that was given to other employees.
That is correct.
Okay.
Motion carries 7-0. Item number 35, consider matters discussed in executive session in accordance with 25 OS 307B4 to discuss confidential communications between a public body and its attorney concerning a pending investigation, claim, or action if the public body, with the advice of its attorney, determines that disclosure will seriously impair the ability of the public body to process the claim or conduct a pending investigation, litigation, or proceeding in the public interest, specifically regarding the ACLU. So we are going to the next. Get a motion? No motion? Okay. So on to item number 36, consider matters discussed in executive session in accordance with 25 OS 307B4 to discuss confidential communications between a public body and its attorney concerning a pending investigation, claim, or action if the public body, with the advice of its attorney, determines that disclosure will seriously impair the ability of the public body to process a claim or conduct a pending investigation, litigation, or proceeding in the public interest, specifically regarding Shawnee Mission Plaza LLC versus Eric Stevens Mayor, City of Shawnee et al., Pottawatomie County District Court case number CV-24-160. And so,
Staff's not recommending any action on this.
okay. That comes to item 37, which is adjournment. By the power of the chair, we adjourn.